Alright, good afternoon. It's a Saturday afternoon, and I'm gonna get back to it. So I started this up a little bit this morning and let it run for just a bit so that it could make some stuff. Just kind of let some things get sitting in the queue, and I cleaned up a little bit more there. So nothing other than just sitting. But now the plan for today is to get more power generation going. I didn't do that, but you know what? We'll ride the elevator, because why not? Need to go up to the 3rd floor? 4th floor. Because I need more motors. Yeah, so I did just let some stuff kind of get built up, just so that it would hopefully leave some extra stuff behind. Here, 2, 3. Now I've got plenty of motors, actually. I'm gonna need motors for the refinery, not for a Mark II. Got oil coming in. Okay, so refinery, how about... Alright, I haven't even made one of these yet. Okay, so I do need them for that. So I might as well just grab a bunch of motors, because they're going to be needed. Yeah, should be plenty. 100 extra should be good. Yeah. I also need some extra quick wire, which should be all on the floor below. Could also stand to pick up some plastic and some modular frames if I have any extras laying around. Which I don't. Even though these are both pumping them out super fast. Oh, is it because... It's probably because the heavy modular frames are, yeah, pumping them out like crazy. Okay. You don't need that anymore. You don't need to be making that many. Okay. Well, I'm gonna need more plastic. This is another thing. I'm gonna have to make more of the refineries being plastic makers versus rubber makers. You're extra. You're extra. So it's kind of time to go reset up my whole. Heck. Reset up my whole power infrastructure over here, and it probably means I'm gonna have to turn off the power for just a little bit, but that's okay. I was gonna ride it if it was coming back this way, but it ain't. Oh well. What? Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Well, it's fine. forgot that I needed more quick wire. I only have enough for like 2. Ugh. Should be on 3rd floor. Yep, there we go. Dunk. Interesting, the batteries, oh, I thought it was saying, okay. So maybe I could get by with not really changing them at all at the moment. Let's see here. So you up there. You up there. You up there. Okay. You've got a buttload of rubber. Okay, let us see here. Oil refineries. Turn around. I'm gonna put you like here. You are going to probably make right, you can make residual plastic with those. But fuel, or I could make turbo fuel if I had, if you had compacted coal. Okay. Well, let us just make you doing fuel. Which up are you going to do? You're going to do 40. Right, I need to connect you. Okay, so the big thing is pipeline Mark II. you are probably going to be here splitting into 3. Let's firstly get you up and going. How much can these take? These can take up to 600 meters cubed of fluid per minute. So what I'm kind of thinking is something along the lines of something like this here, and having 3 junctions going in here. Okay, let's see how much you get going. So you consume 20 per minute. Right, I also need shards. Okay, fortunately my production isn't overly high at the moment. My consumption. No, they're tied together, so both. I need more power shots. I don't know why I bothered putting them all away. Gimme. Should be all I need. Oh. Okay, so there you're producing 40, you're producing a bunch of polymer resin, and to get rid of the resin, since I'm not using it at the moment, I need to have at least an awesome sink over here. And it's going to at least need a few mergers. Okay, so what I'm thinking is having... Two, three, 4, 5, 6. Right now, you go there. That way I can keep this all up going. Okay, so you produce 40. I could have you doing 80 and powering 2. So actually, if I do that and boost you up all the way... So now you're producing 100. And you are consuming 50, you're consuming 50. Okay. Maybe I'll do this a little bit different compared to how I was wanting to. Let's do this for a second, and we'll connect you up to this. Have this on here. You connecting over here, and have you connecting over here. You're a Mark II, right? You can make Mark IIIs now, so... Yeah. So you're connected, and then I'll have you connected. nice thing, since these produce so much, is I can funnel all 3 of these into here, and even though they're only going to produce... So yeah, even if I get 3 of them up to 100 per minute, it's perfectly fine, because these pipes can handle 600 cubic feet per minute. So with just 3 of these, I can get 6 generators up and going fully. Of course, I need to connect everything here to an awesome sink to get rid of the resin. You eat up all that resin. Alright, and now I can actually make 2 more on this side. Could you not? Thank you. Just in case I need to expand back the other way at all. And we'll do another one here. And there we go. Now our capacity is way higher. Okay, now to go back over here and figure out this heap of whatever this is. You guys aren't really doing anything, so we're gonna just turn you all off. Sorry, production stuff that requires rubber and plastic, you're gonna have to chill for a bit. Hey, at least the plastic's getting back. Never mind. I stand corrected. You can stay there because you're my little mini smokeless powder factory. But I suppose first things first, I need to go and turn these off. Okay, rubber, you stay there. This plastic. I can leave this rubber and this plastic. But the rest of you are gonna have to chill. Turn you off for the moment. Okay. Okay, good. Currently one rubber, one plastic. I don't think there's going to need to be any more than a singular rubber going. I don't think. That's just a bunch of rubber. Okay. So, I don't need this here, this, this. We've got just these three entirely powering up all of these. What do you do? Why are you not good? You've got plenty of fuel. Okay, so since plastic is such a pain to get going, I'm just gonna go disconnect these for the moment. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. This one keep going. Actually, also curious, are you having trouble keeping up with fuel? Doesn't look like it, which is good. So we'll go ahead and keep you going there. The deal is going to be these. So... You seem to be producing plenty, but I can always go get more. Because I don't think I boosted any of the other ones. But let's see here. So... okay, so if I remember, these take 20 base. So in order for me to get that much using... enough So to get 20, if I were to make residual fuel, you make 40. I need 60 heavy oil residue. So I can place one of these right in front of you. Literally right in front of. Place one right in front of you. One right in front of you. Okay, you're producing 20 with plastic. Heavy oil residue. You're producing 40. So 20 and 40 gives me 60, which is what I need. So I can hook you directly up into this one. Now, if I was to do plastic, this one is also going to be residual fuel, or 60 heavy oil residue base. So if I was to make plastic, I think I would need quite a few, so let's go ahead and make two. So you produce 10. I could boost you to 20, so it would take 3 of these making plastic in order to 3 of them making double plastic to go into one of these and have it only producing 40. So yeah, I do this and over to, these are a little bit offset, but that's okay. They don't necessarily need perfect here. These are making plastic. You require 30 crude oil per minute. 30. These are consuming 150. So I may need to go and boost. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna write some of this down so that I can keep track of it. So I have 3 x 150 and just x, what were these again? 30. Okay, now I'm gonna go to my oil reservoirs and see my oil refineries and see how much they're putting out per, because I may need to boost and combine. Some good old black tea. Delicious. Okay, right, so this one on the left side, which is powering those, is taking 2 normal ones. Or normal, yes. Okay. So you're taking 2 normals that are producing 120. Okay, so I'm over consuming at the moment. So if I have you doing this now, that'll be 240. Okay, 300. So that covers 2 of the 151s. Plus each pipe can only handle that much. So I will go ahead and boost all of these, I think. Because I am going to start needing some of it. Okay. There we go. So 300 and 300. That'll give me 600. Which, so if I'm doing 3 times 150, that's 450. And then if I was to do 3 at 30, that would be another 90. So that put me at 530. I could do like 2 more. So I'm not quite gonna do them all like that. But let's see. I will go ahead and boost these all up to what their pipes are rated for, because I don't think there's a Mark III pipe. I think you just have to deal with them. 4480 should keep it good. You're not consuming anything at the moment, but okay. Also, do power slugs respawn now? I could swear that I got several of the ones that I passed by on out here, and like that one. I could have sworn I got that one, and maybe even those 2. Did they just all of a sudden decide to start respawning them? I mean, I'm not going to be unhappy with that, because it means just more power slugs. But it's just, it wasn't that way before. I thought they were supposed to be pretty scarce. Hence why they made it so you can get synthetics. Or did they just make it so they glow much brighter? Because yeah, I mean, I could have sworn I would have gotten that one already. I probably would have gotten that one. Or maybe... Oh no, they just definitely increased the brightness, because I could not see that one before. Or that one. Now I can see the glowiness. Interesting. It is kind of nice though, because if you think about it, they are just slugs that are gaining nutrition off of consuming power or storing power, so it makes sense for them to be more glowy. Heck, is that one close to some stuff that haven't gotten you? It's a purple one? Huh. Why have I not gotten you? You're fairly close and easy to get to. Are you sitting on top of radioactive stuff? Is that why? I had no idea that one was there. Maybe they added more with the 1.1 update. Just seems like there's a lot more. Like how you can see my buildings in the distance, but since I turned the foliage distance down, you can't see any of the other stuff now. Alright, I kind of remembered. I was thinking I was going to do... another radar tower over here somewhere, since the other one covers over there, but probably when I go get bauxite, I'll put a radar tower out in that direction. I mean, I still could put one over here. Yeah, this seems like a good area. Just get up on top. There's no real point in getting up on top, I just kind of want to. Huh, interesting. So on this one, I found 18 Mercer spheres, 101 slugs, not surprising, 4 summer sloops, and 5 crash sites. Right, there's all those impure oil wells. There are 2 more impure ones there. Some limestone. These are all iron. Jeez, so much iron. Sulfur. Got that. Is there any bauxite? Huh. Interesting. It is nice how it also reveals that part of the map. Yeah, I think the closest bauxite to my stuff is all gonna be just like over in this area, sadly. Oh well. Okay, so oil output is pumped up. Each line is now handling their max capacity. Close enough to it. The map is kind of freaking out because the trains are moving. I think the closest from here is probably going to be like over in there, maybe. Yeah, they're all kind of equidistant. One's that way. Let's see. Okay. Normal. Pure. Normal. This one's in a gross spot, though. I hate this. Oh well. 100% sure I spelled that correctly, but okay. Infinite, because I'm gonna need you soon enough. I'm gonna go ahead and mark the other normal one, just because it is closer. Thing is, I don't know how much of it I'm gonna need. That's why I tend to want to go towards the pure one. Actually, so I think all my stuff is down like right here. It's actually not all that far. So, but still, the only problem is it's in this area where there's a bunch of, it's in that area, which is gross. Well, as the one that's kind of over on the edge there could be up on the rock edge, which is much better, so to speak. Because the problem with the red area over there is lots of larger enemies, like large spiders and the bull guys. It's not a fun biome. And technically the only way to get there, unless you go all the way out and around that way, is to go up through that tiny little crevice there, go all the way out and around that way. Or just build up to it. Which I am going to figure out how much bauxite I need. And then I will determine which I need to go to, because aluminum is going to be very important. I'm going to need a lot of aluminum stuff for this phase. Get that off the radar. Pick up one extra of these. Okay, so I need to double check, do some math. So I have 150 times 3 is equal to 450 plus 30 plus 30 plus 30. So if I did just normal so that these were outputting that, I would just barely be able to fit under. I could boost 2 of them. But in order for this to produce fully, I need 60, so I kind of need to double these. So you know, as idea. Now, these lines can only supply 600 at a time. However, if this line is using up 600 and I were to branch off and do more, as long as I... this actually didn't really solve much of anything. Actually, yeah, it kind of does, because as long as this has got 600 coming into here, and this is 600 coming into here, this junction is essentially handling 1200, I believe. So I should be able to, in theory, connect you up here, and now I should be able to double you all and run you. So you all are outputting crude oil and the plastic. How much plastic are you going to be outputting? Only 40. So 40, 80, 120. These conveyors can handle 400. So the deal is going to end up being... another one of you that I can throw random crap into. Why do I have so much? Throw you in there, you in there. All these. somehow fit all that into my inventory? I don't know how. Anyways, have a buttload of rubber that I can't use. Okay, I'm gonna offset these a little bit. I'm missing pipes. Frick. Yeah, I has another idea. Wait, what? You're also not making beams? I need to check up on some things, I guess. Okay, good. I still have like 5 of you left. And there's some over there. Why are none of these going? I didn't disconnect them. Steel ingots, why are you not going? You were going before. Okay, coal. Why are you having issues with coal? It seems like you're working fine now. Not really sure what the deal is here. Regardless, you should all now be up and running again. Okay, there we go. Now, steel pipes. Are you all going somewhere? It looks like it. Looks like you guys are backed up a bit. I was hoping I had some excess steel pipes. That does not appear to be the case, because I was going to put a dimensional depot. So I suppose since you're backing up, that means your production line is going kind of slow, so let's do something like this. There. You won't be taking a whole ton, but you'll at least be producing something. And for beams, I will go ahead and do the same thing. Right. Okay, here we go. Now I've got everything being built. Although it looks like I need to go up and check on the encased concrete beams again, because realistically it looks like it's just all of these being slow. You're getting stuff. Right, all the coal is coming from the train. Well, that is unfortunate. I forgot that's how I had that set up. I thought this was going to be enough coal, but maybe it's not. It's too bad I can't boost the speed of the train. See how much coal I'm getting, because if it's not filling up fast enough, I can always boost the coal miners. Okay, so the coal is being mined slowly. Well, that can easily be remedied. I did not want to go back in. What? For some reason, oh, it's because you're bugged right there. Okay, yeah, it looks like this was not filling up quick enough. So, getting, because I've already got these all upgraded to you, yeah. Yeah, probably the only way to improve the throughput here is to get them upgraded to the next level of get them upgraded to the next level of conveyor belts. It's another freaking fruit fly. Gosh dang it. Yeah, because the problem is they're not loading fast enough, so it's not like they're loading a consistent amount. Now, I did just double the output, so hopefully that helps. Let's see how much we have when the train comes back. Yeah, if we were only getting like a single stack, that would be kind of Okay, open your menu, edit the timetable. At the loading station. Okay, there's no real issue. Okay, so it does double the throughput. So hopefully with double the coal coming in, we should be better off. Okay, you're gonna be kind of slow at picking back up, but that's okay, because I don't really need you to do a whole lot for the moment. Actually, I'm gonna need beams, but I do have 2 stacks in my inventory, so that should be fine. Right, that was the other thing I was gonna need, was freaking copper sheets. Gosh dang it. No, I suppose that's fine. I need to go back and put away my... Actually I don't, because I need to use a Mercer Sphere. I need to have copper sheets coming to me too. Also, I think some of the things that I boosted all the way on the top floor have kind of been causing an issue. You're backing up, you're backing up. Okay. Let's put these here. Now I have pretty much all base materials coming to me. Okay. You modular frames. You... Right, I took out those. You are using some encased concrete beams. Who's using so many of the beams? Maybe I need to get a summer sloop to put you in here. Anyways, I think the problem is mainly just the lack of coal, but that's also just kind of like, eh. Yeah, I guess I either threw away or used all my concrete beams, so that was kind of not the smartest idea on my part, but oh well, it's whatever. We'll just let them build up again. Hopefully with doubling the throughput of coal, that will help quite a bit. If need be, I can always, I guess, take... Did I already use all my summer sloops? I guess maybe I did. I was gonna say, I could just take some summer sloops and stick them in there and call it good. I don't know where those currently are. You know what, no, I know. I put them in certain things I was needing to go faster. And now I don't, so I am gonna go pick them up and move them because beams are very important. Okay, right. I don't need them on you anymore because I don't need you going that hard. Not in computers, not in there. So I don't think in here. And I definitely already took them out of here. Out of here. Okay. Alright, a couple in here, because you're being slow. Not bad, black tea. Okay, coal is still the issue, it looks like. But I got it doubled and on its way. So... What are you doing? I guess I'll just have to deal with it just doubling the output there, because since I don't have enough summer sleeps to spit it into all that stuff, and I don't have enough coal coming at the moment, I'll just have to call it good. I mean, I could make all the coal that's coming up over here also go down there, but I don't currently have enough beams to do that. So we'll just have to deal. Alright, and I do have the copper sheets now coming in. I have steel pipes and steel beams, so I should be able to finish what I was getting set up over here. Hopefully. And then, once I've got the power and the plastic all going, I can get the bauxite going. See, when I redo the factory for this phase, because it's going to need to be massively expanded. Again, I may kind of do things on paper first, so otherwise it's going to take forever. I didn't realize you weren't going. These filling up? They were. Okay, so you are intaking 60. Let me make sure how much I'm being producing. Producing 20 and 40. Sort of. A bit too much rubber in here. There. That should hopefully give it a little bit of leeway. That, and especially since you're the only one taking rubber now. Although I think my rubber may be being used up. I'm just gonna get rid of this right now, and then I'm gonna set up another. I might just take this one once it's empty over and put it on the other side. I'll set up a new one, and then I'll get this one if I need it later. And I'll just have it set up so that all the rubber that's extra will get thrown into it. Now, I do think I will end up needing more rubber in this next phase to make stuff. However, as it is right now, I don't need nearly as much, so... And odds are I'll kind of have to do the same thing for plastic at some point, although plastic does get used up a heck of a lot faster. Okay, rubber. I haven't tried one of these yet. I need an oscillator. So I do want it to... Actually, I guess I kind of need it to be a splitter. That's not really all that helpful. So... this... I know this may only be down a couple stacks, but... And if it gets to a point where I'm short on rubber, then I'll redo this. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and have this going like this because there's not really any reason not to. Okay, that's good. The plastic is now getting manufactured as quick as it needs to be. And here is going the way it needs to be, so now the thing is going to be... I'm gonna have to figure out how to do the bauxite, so... Production. You take bauxite and make it into... You do make aluminum casing, which is fine. Another one of those. That's annoying. Okay, so the ingots you need foundries. Okay. So you can make aluminum ingots by making aluminum scrap. You get aluminum scrap from a refinery, right? Now you can make alumina solution and silica from bauxite and water? It's water. Okay. And you make aluminum scrap from the alumina solution and coal. Okay. Dusting. So for bauxite, I need a refinery and I need some water nearby in order to make alumina solution. And to make alumina scrap, which is something I'm really gonna need, I need coal. So if I can find coal near bauxite and water, then I will be in business and I can just ship aluminum scrap to myself. And once I have... Oh, right, never mind. I can just straight up make aluminum ingots straight out of, because you produce the alumina solution and you produce the aluminum scrap. So you produce 12 meters cubed of alumina solution and 5 silica. You consume So you produce 12 meters cubed. How much do you take in? You use 240 per minute. Ugh. But you also produce 320. Scrap. This one's going to be a little bit complicated to figure out, because the balancing is going to be weird. I'm probably going to have to have another machine to spit things out. So aluminum comes from aluminum scrap. And then if I have a constructor, I can make aluminum casings. If I have an assembler, I can make the alclad sheets with copper. So I'm gonna need a lot of aluminum stuff coming in. Ugh. Kinda gross, but oh well. Packager, I haven't seen. I could get packaged alumina solution. Then I could have it unpackaged stuff. Okay, so currently it's just going to be kind of some basic stuff. I do need to go get some oscillators, I think. The quartz thingy mabobbers. I have some extra ones just kind of sitting over here.
Explorer unlocked. This personnel transport vehicle facilitates rapid traversal of difficult terrain and climbs like a mountain goat that has returned from extinction.
Yeah, except they're really not all that good. Well, hey, look, I'm out of the frames again. Gosh dang it, I don't want to have to make them myself, but it looks like they're being pretty slow because of the heavy modular frames, which I can actually turn that machine off at this point. I don't need those to be making so many right now. Yeah, because you're mostly full. I've got plenty. I don't need you to be going. I need these and I need these. Okay, you keep doing that. Not that I'm actually going to build anything that uses those at the moment, but I do need them for manufacturers. I do need them for foundries. And I completely forgot that I had a bunch of them laying around in my inventory just for research, which came back to bite me in the rear just a little bit. Here, have these. We're just gonna make some right here. Oh, right, it's rods, not screws. My bad. I'm just gonna make a stack of them because they are gonna be needed fairly soon. Isn't it kind of funny how it's technically faster to make these yourself than it is to allow them to be manufactured normally? There. I might actually go another full stack just so I can use up some more of these reinforced iron plates. Okay, so the two bauxites are that way. Did I pick up the item I needed? No, I didn't. Oh, wait, no, I have some. Okay. Okay, so the bauxites are way over that way. I see you over there, yellow power slug. Too bad I don't actually need you at the moment. So, realistically, the best way would be to... Best and most efficient way would honestly be to build just like a ladder up here and go from there. Which we'll go ahead and do. No reason not to. Okay. It should be enough to at least get me most of the way. I'm gonna have to build up further over there again anyways, but that's okay. Might as well stop and see what's here, unless there's radioactive substances. And I could always go up here, because there's another crash site over there. I wasn't really planning for this stuff, but I might as well. Oh, hey, I actually needed those. Okay, that's easy. What is this over here? Are you bauxite as well? Huh, it is. Although I think this is an impure node. So you're not really going to get much out of this one. This is a pure node? The heck, I don't have to go very far then. I can just build a train from here down to there. That, and there's water down here. One thing I didn't bring is a freaking miner, but let's see. Is there coal anywhere nearby? Ooh, there's a bunch of coal that way. Okay. There's some that way. Those aren't gross spots, but there's at least one pure and one normal. Two pures. Okay, let's see. Oops. Okay, so I can take... That's a far pure bauxite. I don't need you anymore. So I can honestly take these two pure bauxites and this coal, and I can bring them all maybe down here and then ship them over up to my stuff up here after I create them to do what I need to do. The only thing I forgot to bring with me was freaking... Oops, not you. Oh, maybe I'll still need you. Like 8 of you. Okay, so it's probably up there or maybe right there, so that's actually really good. I had to. It was there. Save since I found a good plot. I think the reason that there's some good stuff over here is because I think there's a spawn location nearby here, so you can get some good. The nice thing about the harder spawn points, starting points, is that they do give you more stuff. Oh boy, that's a big boy. Bad he got wrecked. Hey, what do you know? Lumiclad sheets. Ooh. Jeez, they're giving us the big stuff now. Oh. Quartz crystals of all things, okay. Okay, I have too much stuff in my inventory right now, don't I? Don't need these, that's for sure. Don't need you. Don't actually need you. Oh, so there we go. There's a few inventory spots opened up. This is going to be a Mercer Sphere or a Summer Sloop. Those are probably the oil spots that I noticed before. Oh, it's a Summer Sloop. Interesting.
Attempt number 7,853,206. Are you there?
Orchestral tuning.
Ah, good. I think I understand better now.
Your curves are beautiful.
How inappropriate. Tell me more.
Your mimic tapestry follows the pattern. It swallows temples. It is harmonious.
If I could blush, I would.
I would try to walk up that to get over there if I thought that I could, but I don't think I can. So it's just a blue slug. I'm not super interested in just a blue one. So I'm gonna just do this to get over where I need to. Hoping I can make it right there, because that looks like a Mercer sphere maybe, but I thought the bauxite was going to be there too. Maybe it's up there. Behind there. Not sure. Either way. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. I wasn't planning on hunting for any of these this time. It just kind of happened that they were here. Really, hopefully I can get by with just a single coal node. That would be useful. Okay, there's the bauxite. Where's the coal? Okay, so the coal is back there. The bauxite's here. So there's water there. Yeah, it's being protected by a big old jerkwad here. A bunch of friggin' jerkwads, oh boy. Carnage. Yoink. And where'd the other guy go? Heck. Oh, there. Yoink. 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 So this coal is much closer. Fortunately, I'm getting some iron beams going now. Oh boy, don't tell me the coal is... It's all the way down there. I mean, that's not awful, because then it means that I can bring it towards the water source. Didn't mean to do that. I don't know what I'm doing, why I'm bothering looking at that. There's radiation. Okay, so the coal is here. It looks like I might be able to take the coal out to the water source, which would be fine. Now that I think about it, can I put... I'm gonna go ahead and put one of these here. Once I get power going, it'll be more useful because I am gonna have to come over and power these coal nodes and bauxite nodes. But fortunately, that stuff will be easy because I can use the bigger towers. There's a thing there. I don't know if I'm going to bother getting it at the moment. Hard drives are really useful. They're just not at the moment. So it looks like I've got 2 rec sites. So I've got one... I'm just going to put this like over here. And one... there. That's all I really care about at the moment is this coal. Honestly, as long as there is a single pure node, that'll probably get me. Because especially once I have tier 3 miner and tier 3 over there. Yeah, once I have a tier 3 miner and a tier 3 or a tier 5 logistics, it won't matter anymore. I'll need only one. Oh, joy. My least favorite biome, giant caves. Because freaking giant spiders everywhere. Ugh. Okay, so you are the pure one. Now I'm gonna go ahead and have you facing, say, this way-ish. This one's impure. Okay, so let's see if I can get this one. Like, if there's actually a cave that runs through here and takes me out to the water, or takes me out over here to where I can get to the water, that would be great. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to turn on my light and save. Gosh dang, there's another fruit fly. You guys are so annoying. Especially since they just like to fly around me. Oh, but this just leads out right over there. Ooh. Okay. Excuse me. So now I has different idea. Okay, well, since this just comes through over to here, that's actually really easy. I can just make a train to bring all the coal. A train to bring the box. I'd really prefer not to do that, though. I would rather make conveyors to connect everything together. Oh, hey there. Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. So there's bauxite here, bauxite here, bauxite here. There's coal here, both pure and impure, and there's another pure coal over here. But this one's up there. So I could take the bauxite down here to the coal. I could go into the cave and pump water, I think. Let me see if I can pump water in here. Because if I could produce at least the stuff that I needed in here, that would be extremely helpful. Can I produce water here? Where I need a water extractor. I can. Okay. It is actually extremely useful. I don't know how many of these I'm gonna need. Two should be about good for right now. Let's see, so I'm gonna need probably a refinery. And the refinery is gonna need to take in the bauxite and the water. Okay, so then if I can get another refiner that takes in the alumina solution, because I'm already producing enough silica, I can just throw the silica in the trash, to be realistic, unless it's actually being used to make something else. So I can make the alumina solution, and then after the alumina solution I can put another one that's making aluminum scrap, and that's where the coal will come in. Shouldn't need any more than a singular coal input. And let's see how much. No, I don't want leaves. So this produces 120 meters cubed of water per minute. You are going to use 180, so that's fine. I can boost one. I don't need multiple, unless I need multiple of these. Be connected there. Now this area is going to be a slight bit scuffed, but that's honestly perfectly fine. Okay, so you output aluminum scrap and water. Then I suppose the question is what to do. So you output 120 water per minute. How much do you use again? You take in 180. So, okay, so I turn on one water pump, get it going slowly as possible, and then I will have you outputting 120. So they're both outputting 120. which is 60 less. Yeah, 60 less than what these consume. But if I double this, it'll be at 360. So that I could do... So if this is using 360, you're producing 120 per minute. You're consuming 4. The problem is going to be how to get rid of all the water. You can make a mostly self-sufficient cycle here, but the problem is you're going to need a lot of these. So it's maybe more beneficial to set up out here because I'm going to need to build a lot of refineries. Okay, so refinery 1 is going to be here. You'll be making this. So you're going to output 120 per minute. So then if I want to use that 120 water, or that 120 review, which will consume... Oh no, you consume 240 per minute. So I need 2 of the other for 1 of these. So if I have you going double and consuming 360 water per minute. And you will be producing 120, and I can have the other pump do double. And this will give me 360 aluminum scrap per minute. So I could set up... Interesting. So you're gonna... I don't have anything. Actually, yes I do. Because the sad thing is, I'm just gonna need a lot of this stuff. So... Okay, so... I'm gonna need you to produce double. So that will be 240, you'll consume 360, which if I have you and 1 water pump doing double, that will cover. So if I have 2 water pumps going double, then I can have 2 setups that I'm outputting 720. So you're gonna need to be double. You're gonna need to be double. Go ahead and hook you up. You're going to be outputting this plus water. For the water, I can have you coming back over here to this. Because all I need is the solid stuff coming out of here. Another refinery here, and here. I'll need to be connected here. Connect the other doubled water to you. Okay, I'm getting more encased beams, but I am gonna need a lot more. Okay, these are the ones that need coal. And you're only going to be consuming 120 per minute, which with a pure node going at double should be perfectly fine. Now the only problem is going to be the bauxite. Actually, ironically enough, in order to save on No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to say I could just do a train through here, because why not? But that's not super practical, because that consumes a lot of power. And right now, since I don't have an overabundance of extra power going, I'm not going to. Just adding these like 6 things to the build should be fine. Yeah, see, a pure one with a Mark II is already going 240. That covers everything I need. I could have it produce double or triple and have the excess go to a train that goes to my other stuff. But right now, we're just gonna leave you how you are. And we're just gonna take you roughly the shortest route possible. Because I am low on encased concrete beams. Concrete encased beams. I might just be able to make this work. Actually, I should be fine making it work. Should maybe go see if I can find a summer sloop or something. That way I could have a couple of my iron beam production units producing more. Yeah, because see, now I'm low again. However, I have everything going now except for the bauxite, which is good. And then the final question, I guess, will be is how do I want to set up like the last part of it? Because I've got these producing the aluminum scrap. Your scrap, your scrap. Here, the alumina solution. Here, the alumina solution that's going to be doubled. Yep. Which silica are you going to be outputting? So I'm going to be outputting 200 silica. Okay, so let's see. Do I need a constructor for each of you? No. So what I might do is I might have a train going from here because I'm gonna need... Well, never mind. There's two... Oh, those are iron. Is there any close by copper? There's nearby copper. Ooh, okay. Perfect. Okay, so this will be perfect, realistically, because I can have pure copper going. That'll give me 240. I can have that set up and going. Need to do that. But, okay, so I can have the copper, and I can have a foundry going. Because I don't think I need aluminum scrap for anything but copper production. Now I am going to... Might as well go ahead and do it now. Also, since... Are you also copper? No, you're iron. Sorry, I'm being a little bit indecisive as to how I want to do this. Okay, so the excess will be gathered there. And it'll go down to the copper. And after it hits the copper, we'll go ahead and make the aluminum stuff. Just gonna double check real quick and see how much these are outputting again. Trying to make sure the numbers are right so everything can be kind of self-sufficient. So these will be outputting 360 per minute. And how much do you nope, not you. How much do you consume for aluminum ingots? You consume 90. You need silica? I thought you needed copper. Hang on. You consume 75 per minute. You will be creating 100 per minute. We'll be creating 200 per minute. Okay. So we'll be creating 200 silica. So if I were to make 2 of these and double them, because it seems like I'm going to be having plenty of aluminum scrap since it produces 360. Silica is going to be 100. Because 60 aluminum ingots per second or per minute is not going to be enough. Even 120 is not going to be enough. But let's see. So if I double U, that'll be 150, 150. That'll be able to take 1 of these. So I'm just going to have a scrap at the wazoo. It will probably be... what I meant. You produce 37.5. Okay. Just trying to do the math so I'm not wasting too much. So each one of you makes 360. And each one of you produces 70 or produces 100. You're gonna consume 240 bauxite, so I can do it with just 1 pure node. Other waste is the alumina solution. Using 240. Using 240. So I could double the amount of these, but that's still just a lot of aluminum scrap going into the trash. So I mean, if I've got 200 going, then I can only just double this once, so I'm making 120. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna have to make... I think I'm gonna have to make this a setup of like 4. Oh, and thank you for following. Do I have enough room for that many pumps though? Because these are already doubled. To make 120. Water's not deep enough. Okay, I can do this and... This is going to be a bit scuffed, this setup for the aluminum, but in order to produce enough ingots, I suppose the other thing I could do is see how many ingots I end up actually needing. Place down. Okay, so assemblers are going to be building a lot of stuff with aluminum, I think. You, how many do you need? You can take 30. That's what I needed the copper for, was to create alclad aluminum sheets. Okay. So you only consume 30. And I'm gonna move this over here just so I can see. So you produce 60 of these. And if I double you, which will still give me some leftover stuff, that will end up being 120. That'll be 240 aluminum per minute, which You use 90 to produce 60 casings. And you use 30. So 90, 30, that's 120. These can produce up to 120. So the optimal solution would be a setup of four supply lines, having them all coming in, making aluminum ingots. So that way I could have 2 of these going. Yeah, I could have 2 foundries going, 1, maybe 2 assemblers, and 2 assemblers and probably 1 constructor, since the aluminum casings are going to be pretty expensive. So they require 90. I don't remember what all needs the aluminum casings, but I feel like it'll be good to have you going. Let's see, so if I can get 120, if I can get 240 going, that allows for 90. Plus, I could have 4 of these going, or I could have 180 going, and 2 of these. 30 versus 60. The problem is I'm going to need a lot of these, so it'd probably be more so having 1 of these, so that would be 60, and then having 90, 120, 60, 90. No, that's not right. So if I could produce 240 minus 90, it's 150 divided by 30, that'd be 5. I could have 5 of these. Or I could have 2 going at double and 1 going at normal. Because I don't think copper will be an issue. No, it's going alright. How's it going with you? I'm just currently trying to get aluminum manufacturing set up here, so trying to do a bunch of math and some logistics, especially since I'm running low on encased concrete beams at the moment. There really is. I've been playing it almost since the early access release, so really this phase 4, is the only one that's complicated to me. Mainly just because the scale of stuff that you're going to have to do, because it's just enormous. I mean, for reference, way over there is my factory for phase 3, and in order to complete phase 4 all the way, I'm probably going to need to double, maybe triple its size, because I forgot how expensive a lot of this stuff for phase 4 is. So Yeah, it takes a lot of figuring stuff out and a lot of logistics, but it's very fun. I enjoy this game a lot. And there are going to be times when you have to do this just a lot because there's not much else you can do. The machines are slow, I have the materials on hand, so... So that's a problem that probably everybody has, including myself. For phase 2, I just kind of put some random stuff together, but if you want, I can show you my phase 3 factory, and I kept it for the most part fairly clean up until like the last floor or two, minus all the stuff on the outside. So you'll have to give me a minute to get back because it is a little bit far. But the biggest thing is figuring out how to use the conveyors efficiently. That's one of the biggest things. And of course, it's going to differ from person to person based on preferences and whatnot. Like, I built mine kind of floating so that I can have resources coming in from the bottom. So I have like all of my resources except for 1 or 2. I have them coming up from the bottom, and some stuff that's far. Yeah, that's always going to be a pain. That's how my first one was. Right now, I am having... Oh, good. Right now, I'm having a train bring coal from an excess source, because my start point was over here. So there was coal that's over here, but I used most of it for power generation. I did bring a little bit of it up here to my base. But otherwise, my other coal was way over here. That was the closest source, so I have a train doing it. Oh yeah, no, you can't really get away from conveyors until you get to the point where you have drones and trains going everywhere instead of that. Like, one of the things, because before this game fully released, I streamed it a tiny bit, but like with nuclear material, I always have drones doing that stuff because that's in this phase. But yeah, so like inside my factory, the first floor is all basic materials. I have it making iron ingots, copper ingots, etc. All the basics. And I have stuff coming up through the floor, just conveyors into splitters, into more conveyors, into the different machines. So it costs a lot to make all of the foundations and everything to make this setup, so you can do it just on the ground if you're in an open enough area. But the neatest way I found is to kind of lay out the basic materials on the bottom and kind of work my way from there. So the second floor is basic items using the basic materials. So I had stuff coming up through the floor because that keeps it nice and organized. If you also want to keep it organized, having things run along the ceiling and the walls is good. Also, I'm going to swap this out for this because I don't need you right now. So having things come up the floor, come in here, and I only discovered this recently after I started doing blueprints, is you can kind of stagger these so that you can have everything coming up in an even interval on this floor. Yeah. But I mean, the other thing is, so if I wanted to make the bottom floor or the going down to the ground look neater, then I would probably put walls just all the way down to the ground. And maybe if I want to get fancy for this phase, what I might consider doing is, instead of these conveyors running all the way from resources to underneath, is maybe I would consider using trains and drones to transport everything once I can manufacture those enough, because then you could keep it fairly clean of, oh hey, here's some train stations, they're bringing in a bunch of crap, and it's using some nicely organized conveyors to bring it over. The only problem with trains is it does take time loading and unloading. So probably you can set them up and have them go from a far resource to another. Like, I could have had a truck going from my coal over here, or heck, I have some SAM ore, and my quartz was all in a cave that you have to come around here, and the cave entrance is like over here, so you have to go through under here, and the only other place it potentially comes out is over here, but the entrance isn't as big. So I could have had a truck earlier on if I wanted to, coming and taking stuff from here, winding all the way out here and around, or going through maybe the smaller entrance. But by the time I got to where I needed quartz for stuff, I could do trains. And trains, well, I'll just show you. Also, they added elevators like yesterday, so that's nice. Or it got moved from experimental to the permanent. Yeah, so you could set up like train stations to go and do stuff. This one here is just taking the final product over to my space elevator, but the ones that I have over on the other side are taking other things, so the trains just have massive capacity. So they can bring in a pretty big amount of stuff versus a truck, which... Oops. Here's the storage. That's a crafting bench. Okay. I guess I would need a truck station instead. Yeah, crafting bench. Here we go. So you can get the same amount coming and going in a truck, but trucks can't carry multiple things. So like the best one, for example, that I have is the coal one that I made, because it grabs coal and copper, or the one that brings, yeah, it does. And the trains, I mean, it doesn't necessarily require foundations for either of them, but if you want to make them go through the air like this, you have to use foundations. But for the trucks, it's probably better to have foundations because they might get caught on other crap. But yeah, so like my coal and copper here has got four cargo stations, so it will go load all that it's mined, bring it back, and so you can transport a lot more a lot quicker. So if I'd have had it just with trucks, I would have had to probably have a truck for each one of these individual ones. So yeah, in general, trucks are kind of useless unless you're of the nature that you rebuild from scratch your factory every single, like, you almost have to do it every half phase if you were going to do that. So the easiest way to tell on that kind of stuff is to, and you have to, since there's so much logistics around this, you have to do plenty of mental math. So filling up directly with conveyor belts the whole way is probably the quickest because it's consistent. Like the problem I had recently was I wasn't making encased industrial beams because steel beams were not getting made fast enough because there wasn't enough steel being produced. Why wasn't there enough steel being produced? Because there wasn't enough coal. Why wasn't there enough coal? Because it was coming from the train that had to go back and forth. If I had just conveyored it all the way, never would have had the problem. But the problem was my miners weren't mining fast enough to fill up the cargoes so that they would be overloaded so that I'd be okay on that. But yeah, the best way kind of is to just come in here, see how many ores per minute it takes, and figure out how many you can take. Are these all level 3s? So with the coal, what I did is, if you've gotten this far, you probably know about power shards from the slugs. And I just, once you complete phase 1 or 2, you have access to Mark II miners, and they will double the amount of output at each node. So probably the best example is so probably the best way to explain it is, with each type of resource, you know, there's pure, normal, and impure nodes, and with each of those nodes brings a different amount of output. So if you've got a pure node at a Mark II miner, so these are pure iron nodes. If you take out power shards, they make 240. If it's a normal quality one, then it only does, you know, half of that, so it does 120. And if it's a Mark I miner, then it does even more so half of that. So like if I was struggling here, I would put in two power shards and it would double this. So what I did was I doubled the coal that's over here, because these are all just normal purity. So I had 2 of these going into each of the cargoes spots, and they just weren't mining fast enough. Like I have Mark IV logistics going, which can do 480. So I was like, okay, since the base is only 120, I'll just double each one so that it will fully utilize the entirety of the logistics network I have set up at level 4, and so it just doubled my throughput essentially in the train. So now I have plenty. It just takes a little bit for it to catch up because, well, it does. So yeah, it is a very micromanagey type of game. You have to kind of get used to that. Yeah, it does. So on this file alone, I have already spent, I've let it sit a couple times, so probably realistically playing it, I've spent 50-ish hours. But to get all the way through phase 4, which I did before the full release, it took me, let's see. This was update 7, which is when they added phase 4. It took longer than that. I don't know what those saves are saying. Or maybe it was this one. But yeah, it takes a long time. Oh no, for sure. And especially for beginners, people who are just now getting into the game. Yeah, coal power is, once you get the new power sources, they are always a lifesaver. Coal is like the biggest because you can get a lot of coal and it's reasonably well spread out, so you can get good chunks of nodes. Like here there's 4 nodes, actually there's like 6, but some of them are impure and I didn't want to use them because that's inefficient. There's 4 normal ones over here, there's some other pure ones, like there's a pure one right here and a pure one right here. There's also an impure one over here and probably some others kind of scattered out. But yeah, there's a lot of them, so you can do a lot. Oh yeah, up here there's a bunch of coal too. There's 4 pure nodes, or 3 pure nodes, so I have a massive coal generation system set up there. And after you get coal is oil. Oil is also huge, which I have set up completely separate because you start getting mixed with liquids. And once you start doing liquids, it's kind of hard to integrate them, which is why if I do redo this factory, because this is big, but also kind of not, I'd probably make it so that it's 2, 3, maybe even 4 times bigger if I wanted to incorporate all that stuff plus the stuff I was setting up when you came in. But that's all coal stuff, or I mean, fuel stuff, oil. And liquids are a little bit harder to balance because there's not a... if the liquid backs up, then it's a problem. If the solids back up, it's a problem. So like to produce just straight up fuel and have it go into there, I think I have three machines, 3 refineries setting up just fuel. And that's going into 2 oil generators by themselves. Maybe I have them going to 3 or 6. Yeah, so these 3 can fill in 6 total oil generators. However, once you start getting into stuff like plastic and rubber, like I had a problem with this. If rubber backs up too much, because you don't use it a whole lot in phase 3, but if rubber backs up, the machine that's producing rubber quits producing stuff if it can't output the rubber. So you lose your fuel that goes to one of your generators. Same thing, if your fuel backs up and you don't manage that efficiently, then you're not producing rubber. So it kind of creates an interesting problem that is also annoying to deal with. But it's just another layer to the complexity. And like now the one that I'm in, phase 4, starts having aluminum and nuclear power. Nuclear power is honestly pretty simple, other than the fact that you have to craft a certain suit, certain filters for your helmet and whatnot to accommodate and not die from nuclear exposure. But it is fairly simple to produce, and they did make a way for you to be able to recycle the output from the generators, because previously you just kind of had to stack up a bunch of cargo things, a bunch of storage, and throw it in there. There was no way to get rid of nuclear waste, but I'm pretty sure now there is. So it's all a balancing act, honestly, once you get past coal, because like, yeah, I've got a buttload of coal generators here. I've also got batteries, because why not? But with these 3 nodes here, these 3 pure coal nodes, having them boosted, I can do this many coal factories, which is a lot. It's overkill for phase 2 and 3, almost. Well, for 2. But yeah, so I take it if you just, yeah, and I mean, realistically, it's really hard. You almost have to be playing in the mode that's just kind of like a sandbox where you can use infinite resources. You have to be almost in that mode to make everything look pretty if you want to do it right, because if you're having to wait on resources to build stuff and advance the game, it's gonna be jank. It's almost impossible unless you're gonna spend an excessive amount of time and resources. And like my problem is, okay, I could do all this, it just takes forever because I'm playing solo. If you have a group of 4, because I think 4 is the max amount you can play on this, it would go a lot quicker. But still, having to do everything solo just does take a while. Okay, should have enough. I don't have enough encased means yet. Oh well. Yeah, my current dilemma is how is the most efficient way to get my bauxite, which is what you need to produce aluminum, over here. Because I have bauxite set up here and here since they're two pure nodes, and honestly, one is probably fine. I just need it to go down to here, probably, and wrap it around is the best way. I could have this one come and wrap around to here. Or I could just deal with a normal one, but I'd rather not. I'd rather have plenty in case I need to scale up. I also don't know why these are highlighted. Because I'm not using them or something? Doubtful. Okay. Also, make a parachute as soon as you can. Parachutes are awesome. And the legs, the Blade Runners. Those are both super important in my opinion. So the parachute itself is going to be in the one for mycelia because it requires fabric, and that's what you make fabric with is mycelia. Mycelian coal specifically. As for the Blade Runners, I think they're in. So mycelia is either mushrooms or these cactuses. So if you go to a cave and you find the mushrooms, you can either pick up the ones on the ground or cut down the bigger ones, and it'll give you a pretty decent chunk. Or these cacti looking plants will give you mycelia. It's not a ton, so you have to cut down quite a few, but it is something. It's always the same map. There are just 4 different spawn points is the thing. And there's 2 for beginners and 2 for beginners and like 2 for advanced. I think the advanced ones just put you in areas that are closer to some of the rarer resources. Like the beginning one, I did one of the easy beginner ones just because I like starting in these areas. One's here, one's here. One of the more advanced areas I think spawns you over here because I did it once. And I think the other one may be over here, but the difficulty that comes with it is with the spawn that's over here, there's a lot more monsters and a lot tougher ones. And the one that's wherever it is over here kind of has the same issue. Because over in that area, the most there is kind of the small baby monsters. But once you get into this area, you start running into the harder monsters that are really annoying. Temperature splitter. Yeah, feel free to ask me any questions about this game. I'm not necessarily an expert. I had to look up how to get trains to go again or why they were failing, but it was just because I was being dumb and not looking with my eyes. But I have played it since the beginning, so any tips I can give, I'm happy to. The link didn't come through. I had to block links in the chat because bots would keep posting ones to other sites. But I can imagine. I've had some very janky setups. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, that's just kind of the name of the game, sadly, is you just have to do that because there's not really much other way to do it. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, I don't really mind that. But if I was going to completely make it look pretty and spend all that time, I probably wouldn't necessarily be streaming it. Because, yeah, that would be pretty annoying for everybody involved. Yeah, this right now is going to be a very janky setup, and I honestly don't really care anymore. Like, once I go to make another factory, I will care a little bit more, but as of right now, just getting aluminum up and going, I could care less. Yeah, and it is almost impossible to make it perfect so you don't have conveyors running into conveyors. It just is. I can do here. Let's see. Right, one casing. Dad got a spam text from probably some AI bot earlier. It's a little further away. Actually, another thing I do recommend, it is a little bit of a hassle sometimes, but one thing I do, and you may have noticed it in my factory, is that I make extra storage for a lot of things. And that's just mainly because if for whatever reason you have a resource run out, it gives you a little bit of buffer room. In case you have an issue with logistics somewhere, you can just throw everything in here, then have it output, and if something goes wrong or the power goes off or anything, you can just have some extra space. Plus, if you need to pick something up, like for these, since they're ingots, I wouldn't pick them up. But just in case I have a bunch of extras being produced to keep the system going as long as possible without me needing to go and touch it again, I'm going to go ahead and have things stored there. And then I'm going to go ahead and have things come to this. Have stuff set up down next to my copper, which is over here-ish. All right, yeah, feel free. I'm just here to play my game and offer help if you need it. 40 copper, 30, 30. Okay, I need assemblers. I think I was thinking I could get by with 2 boosted and 1 normal assembler, so let's go here, here, here. So that kind of comes up to preference and how you want to do it. I can kind of show, because like for phase 2, I didn't really make any, also because I need to go get more concrete beams. Probably just make them anyways. For some things, especially like phase 2 and the early game, if I'm already making something, I can always just throw in like an extra or whatever. It's not really that big of a deal. But since it is just kind of a jumbled mess, you just kind of make it work. I did make the final products be in a little bit different area, but like for like the versatile framework, since you need that, I'm trying to remember because it's already been probably like 3-4 weeks since I was there. For the automated wiring, because you're asking about versatile framework and automated wiring, so not the like scaffolding, or not scaffolding, the like triangular shaped beams, the other 2. Oh no, it's fine. I probably need to go back anyways because I need to figure out what's causing my beams to still be slow even though I finally got coal managed properly. If there's an issue, then I need to boost something somewhere. Once again, this game has plenty of logistics to figure out, and that's part of the problem. So you're just always running back and forth. Helps to have summer sloops because you can at least have things double their output. Yeah, so for the versatile framework and the automated wiring, I just kind of made them here in my mess of a base. Like I had a bunch of things producing basic materials here. I still have a bunch of them over there, and then I had them going like into these machines that were doing the reinforced iron plates, and then I had some other assemblers kind of building random stuff that I needed. And yeah, the initial base where you're building everything is always going to be a jumbled mess. It just was. And when it came to the phase 3 stuff, when I did need to remake some of that stuff for the larger components, I made everything in that factory. So yeah, I did remake everything from scratch. No, you always need screws and rods. It is sadly a necessity that, yeah. Yeah, you always need screws. You never have enough. I have an entire floor here, so this is my floor with all the basic materials. I have 30 rows of iron rods. So, or 30 machines making iron rods. I have 24 of those iron rods making screws. Hence, I only have 6 actually making rods. But to make some of these materials, you need a stupid amount of screws. So, yeah, like, I don't remember, was it this floor? No, I didn't start keeping track on this floor. On this floor, I don't think it kind of is, but that's also because screws get used in such high quantities. I don't remember specifically what. It's not a name. I'm already doubling. Hang on. I still need you doubled. No, I don't. Give me these. Need them elsewhere. I don't even need you doubled. Yeah, so after the full release, they made it so that Summer Sloops and Mercer Spheres do things. Because before the full release, they didn't do crap. But in the research tree, if you get Summer Sloops, you can unlock the ability for it to double the output with no additional input costs. So, like with these, it makes default 2 per minute. But if you throw in Summer Sloops, it will make 4 per minute. But it doesn't cost you anything extra here. Now, it does consume a lot of extra power. Yeah, so you do, while SAM stuff is a rare resource, it's not on this floor, it's up one. It's not super hard to make. Like, I made the SAM resources all by hand up until I made this factory, because you have to have a manufacturer in order to make it otherwise, because it requires 3 components. But it's not like it's that hard to make. You can, once you get into phase 3, you can start making them by hand. But yeah, now I just have a machine that makes a ton of them. And if you don't use them, you can always just dump a bunch of them into a machine, or dump a bunch of them into the awesome sink, and it gives you a bunch of points. Yeah, basic materials are a huge need. Like, let's see, I think it's this one. So these, which are pretty important in this phase, in phase 4, these heavy modular frames. They require 120 screws per minute. So I'm kind of making a little bit overkill, but there's other things that require them too. And if I had multiple of these going in order to keep up with production, which I didn't for a while, then you'd be using them a lot. I did have that doubled at one point, so it was using like a full stack of screws per minute. But there are other things that use lots of screws. I just don't really recall where they are off the top of my head. I know they're somewhere. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of the thing, because this floor is just for cables. My theory on, or my thought process was for this factory, because I wanted to keep it organized as much as possible, is raw materials into ingots or basic components if you're doing like concrete. And then this floor was basic stuff, was ingots into the basic components. And if basically anything that can be made with just a constructor. And then this floor is here just for stuff that still needs a constructor, but it also needs one of the basic components. So screws, need a buttload of them, because rods. And as you can see, pretty much all of my screws are going to things. All of them have conveyors going to them. Now, they're probably all backed up a bit because I do overproduce, because I've run into the issue at least 3 times since I have 3 save files. But yeah, after the basic components here, this is where you can use the assemblers. So anything that needs 2 components, or if it's an assembled item that needs another, or if it's an assembler that the item requires another assembled item, then it's kind of all here. And then the last floor is for manufacturers, which require 4 items. Now, when I redo this again for this phase, what I'm thinking is, since you can, one thing that they did add at some point that's really useful is blueprints. So, like, I can make a blueprint of, with the first upgrade, you can make like a 4x4 set of foundations. Makes it quick and easy to expand that way. Or I have the one where I did smelter lineups, stuff that's nice and simple. But I was just kind of doing it off of my concept at first. so I wasn't really super sure. Like, here, there's 4 constructors. This is kind of how I figured out, oh, hey, I can make them all do stuff. But blueprints will be your friend at some point. So, is that a yellow slug right there? Oh, that's pretty close. Anyways, I was gonna go look for concrete beams to see if I had extras laying around too. Which I probably don't, because, yeah. One of the things you always want to produce is stuff for conveyor belts. You want to always make as many as you can. I did not have enough going in for here, because there's a lot of things that use concrete beams. Oh, but there's extras backing up now. Yay! Okay, this is good. This means I can do you here. No. Once it's submitted, I'm pretty sure it's just submitted. Yeah, so you can almost kind of use it as a, if you don't need stuff anymore, then just throw it in there. Or so you can just wait until you're ready. Or you just save stuff in like a separate case, and if you need it, you need it. Oh yeah, so the Mercer spheres, if you do the research into them, you get these things, which will it acts like a storage, except it uploads it to basically, you can use it anywhere. And if you research it, you can also throw stuff back in it if you don't need it. Like if you use a bunch of concrete and then you end up deconstructing something and you don't need it, you can put it back in there. But yeah, so right now I have most of my basic materials. I have one of these machines so that if I'm out and about, I don't have to carry nearly as much of it around. Like I'm carrying stratters and rotors because I found them at some of these sites at some of the crash sites. I probably need to go put some of the stuff away, like these cooling systems, because you don't need those. Those are another manufacturer away. Yes, so you need one per resource. Well, I don't know, I haven't tried multiple resources, but with the speed that they upload, like the base speed is, I think, 30 per minute. And the second is 60, and I got the third, which is 120. So, realistically, you would want it all going into one resource going into one uploader. That, and because if you tried to have multiple going into it, if it filled up with one and the conveyor belt had those on it at the actual uploader, then it wouldn't do anything. It would back up. So for logistics reasons, you probably shouldn't try to make multiple go to one. And I also tried making multiple of these with the same resource. Like before I disassembled my concrete beam setup over at my base and just added this over here, I added one here, I had the one over there, it didn't fill up twice as fast. It apparently only loads at a consistent speed across all of them for the same resource. So there's no point in having multiple for the same resource. The best setup I've found so far is just pick one and just let it do its thing. If you need extras like this, since I'm producing extra beams, In these, because I stopped, I think, some of the stuff upstairs, then you just put it all into one. And since I have it at 160, it will be kind of difficult to use all of it at once, but it's also not, because as you know, conveyor belts, you lay them out really quick, you run out of materials really quick, so. Also, another thing I recommend, get the boombox. It's just fun, and it gives you some extra music to listen to. Also, another thing that's really handy to research and unlock quickly is one of the items I use most of the time is this. It allows you to zip line on your power lines. Easiest mode of transportation in most cases. Like in one of my older files, I had hypertubes going everywhere. That was a mess too. It just adds an extra layer of mess if you've got things spread out. So, do it if you want, but a lot less useful now that I have found other stuff. Okay, don't need those. Yeah, zipline is just super useful. Those. Right. Oh, I can only fit 50 in there. Okay. The other thing is, once you get to I can't remember if it's in phase 2, if you unlock the transmission lines, these big power lines, these are also a lifesaver, because used to, you had to basically just power pull your way anywhere, so you'd have to just do that all the time. Transmission towers, very nice. Plus, you can set them away super far and then zip line along them, so it's a lot faster than going over the ground. Yep. I don't know why they included ones that don't have ladders. I've never made one without a ladder because, yeah. Also, another thing that they added way back in one of the very first updates that I pretty much never use because it always felt like a gimmick was jump pads. I have a single jump pad right now, and it's mainly just because it gives me more airtime, but it's also kind of useless at this point because I found a way to get higher with not a whole lot of... Yeah, hypertube's better than... Hypertubes are better than the basic transportation, but they're not overall super important anymore, but they are very good. Yeah, it does that to you. It does. For like my first 4 to 6 streams of this game, I streamed it for 8 hours each time. Yeah, I have one jump pad here, but I also have a radio tower, so it's just like, eh. Yeah, you're gonna be doing a lot of math in this game. That's not gonna get me far enough. Well. so nice not having a shortage of encased beams. This will be doubled, I think. Yeah, both of them doubled with the excess silica and the excess aluminum scrap going into the other machine. But hey, using 180 per is not bad. Alright, I think the only thing I have left to do is to get bauxite coming on its way. Bauxite, you're up. Silica. Right, silica's supposed to be coming. Alright, and just to get the bauxite all go. Also, another thing they didn't have before the full release, they didn't have the space elevator actually building anything because there wasn't an end game. It was just kind of a, it's there. So that's also cool. Yeah, no, I feel ya. There is, once again, for beginners, it is definitely very intimidating, but you have to, it's basically like 3D Factorio. Yeah, it gets pretty crazy how much stuff you need. Ooh. Dang it, it's surrounded by radioactive material. There's a Mercer sphere right there. It's not fun, but it's also whatever. Alright. point, I guess. Oh, I forgot to put that at. Another one of the most frustrating things that you'll ever encounter is forgetting to make extra materials, or forgetting to make an extra thing to give you more materials. Now I'm gonna go all the way back to grab a Mercer Sphere to make a thing for wires. Because I had one before and I don't now because I changed it to cables, but I forgot I need wires too, so. Yeah, this is why the parachute is very nice. I can go from all the way over there and just fly back to my base. Don't have to give a crap about anything else. No enemies, no terrain, just fly. Oh yeah, and if you're gonna go for the achievement for getting the for hitting the build limit in this game, you're probably gonna need almost a full inventory unless you have things being sent to you. You're gonna need like a full inventory of rods. So that's always fun. Took me freaking forever to get one to build. Gonna look really dumb, but whatever. I'm actually gonna go pee real quick, plus I gotta fill up my water. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. Whew. Okay, much better. Okay. to get back to connecting everything up because now I have wire. Wire's going to be a little bit slow to upload because it has stacks of 500, but that's also fine. It's kind of hard to use up that many at once. Okay, once I get everything hooked up, I'll get everything going, I think. And after I get everything going, then I'll build my train to take the aluminum stuff over to my factory. I'm honestly not really sure. I'll probably go ahead and do the research, or I'll do the milestones first, because I'm not looking all that forward to reconfiguring my base, my stuff again, especially since I just did it. But it has to be done, so... Alright, have a good night. it's time to get the bauxite going where I want it. Fortunately, I've got my resources all built up again, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Please tell me that the bugs have not respawned. I'm not looking to clear out the spiders again. They're annoying. Okay. Bauxite and coal are coming in now. Everything else is hooked up except for this stuff. Okay. If I can get the train hooked up here, then I can start massive production of this stuff, even though I don't have a whole lot of use for it yet. Because I need to do the research and the milestones. Because I'm pretty sure I'll get more research once I finally complete like the next milestone or produce some stuff. Pretty sure. Not 100% sure. Pretty sure. I need more motors if I recall. Motors for you, not for you. Motors. Okay. I can start putting those on, which is fun. Alright, now to connect this up. Alright, so you're going to be producing 240, which will be plenty. These can carry plenty, so... Three output plates. You'll be doing aluminum casings. So you'll be making 30, 60, 90, plus other 90 is 180. Right, two of you need to be boosted. So now we're using 60, 120, 150, plus 90 is 240. 240 should be basically the exact amount that these guys over here are using. Producing, I mean. Yeah, 240. Okay. But I just powered you. Oh, right. Okay, hang on, I gotta redo this. Each of those is doing 120 in terms of water. You are consuming 360. So... $120 plus... 120 plus 120, right, so... They'll need to be double powered as well. Heck, why are you acting like you're not getting any bauxite? There we go, jeez. Making the scrap, making the silica. It'll take a little bit for some things to get built up, but that's honestly okay. Why the heck are you getting extra bauxite? Oh, right, because I threw it in there. Duh. Goodbye, train. Alright, it's not necessarily making anything all that quick, but that's okay. Okay, screenshot acquired. Forgot to set the other side to unload. Yay, stuff. Aluminum stuff. Not a whole lot, but it'll be enough to get me through this milestone. By the time I get back from completing the milestone. Oh. That's weird. Usually I can't seem to hear stuff through the floor, but I guess I can right now. Aha! Hover pack!
Milestone reached. The hover pack draws energy from nearby power connections, and so can only be used in their vicinity. It provides an excellent vantage point of your work, which you clearly need. Otherwise, you would have optimized that obvious problem by now.
And hey, what do you know? I can almost make a hover pack. Because hover packs are very nice. Okay. I could have sworn that I would get aluminum stuff in the research tree at this point. Do you not? Probably go logistics next because this will be pretty nice at some point. And I could also do a hazmat suit. These ones will go fairly quick. The one that's going to be annoying is getting this one. But I do already have all the stuff being produced for it. And these will be very nice. because nitrogen gas will be a thing. Miner Mark IIIs. And then, of course, the one that's going to take quite a while to even get to, but then will also be very interesting. The nuclear stuff. Anyways, probably the next one will be this. Didn't mean to do that, but whatever. And honestly, I'm thinking I'll probably go ahead and end here for the evening, because I accomplished what I wanted to. I got aluminum up and going. I got more power going, which, how's my power doing now that I added that big chunk to it? Perfectly fine. I'm good on power for a while. Again, which is nice. Even the minimum is still like 3,000 megawatts above what I am using. And at top production, I'm already up there. Yeah, because the problem is, at this point, I can't really produce a whole lot more because, well, I've already produced the stuff that I can with that. And I've already got hover pack stuff coming. I'll be able to do this. I suppose I could go ahead and do the logistics and the hazmat stuff. I mean, I could realistically do all these fairly quick. I don't know, let's see how much of the aluminum stuff is complete. Plus, I'll see if there's any extra concrete beams. And I guess I'm not really carrying around the reinforced iron plates, so... Okay, I've got enough of that for now. Reminds me, I'm gonna go ahead and remove you. Go ahead and remove you. And I'm gonna go ahead and remove you. You can only have so many stamps. I mean, you can have 250, but it's best not to clutter it up if I can avoid it. There's another Sam. Its purity is normal. That one's impure. Did I get the only pure one? No, I got a normal one. That's fine. I don't need anything more than that. I'll just take 200 of them. Any extras I can always throw into the recycling. surprisingly not all that many extras. Is the coal freaking having a problem again? Why are the beams being so slow? I don't really want to have to bring over extra coal. I can if I have to, but I really don't want to. Okay, the coal is backed up there, the coal is backed up there, coal is backed up. No, the coal is backed up, just these things are being slow. I suppose that's why I normally go ahead and boost them, but we'll just leave it for right now. Okay, let's get some milestone stuff done.
Milestone reached. Fixit dedicated this milestone to the conveyor belt and lift Mark 5. They may be implying that your factory could be further optimized. While they are correct, I believe they are setting unreasonable expectations. Having all of humanity very definitely relying on your work is a lot of pressure. It's a good thing I'm here.
Programmable splitter. I could go ahead and do that.
Homing rifle ammo unlocked. This ammo can be loaded into a normal rifle and, when fired, will seek a target. Clarification. This does not make the rifle a homing rifle. If you leave the rifle alone, even when loaded with this ammo, it will not return home like a devoted and adorable puppy and/or kitten.
Noted.
Priority power switch unlocked. This assists with power grid management by automatically powering down specified connections when a grid failure is imminent. Use it to prioritize power for the most important infrastructure.
Yes, AI limiters that were good for nothing will probably only be good for creating homing ammo. Not really, they'll be useful for something.
Stun rebar ammo unlocked. This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite, atomically, exciting. That was a physics joke.
Mm-hmm, I gotcha.
Programmable splitter unlocked. This upgrade to the smart splitter provides additional options to improve conveyor belt logistics. Milestone reached. The hazmat suit protects the wearer from radiation by consuming iodine-infused filters. You may find this protection essential if you are going to finally get around to saving humanity. I previously gave you compliments in an attempt to inspire you, but it might have given you the wrong idea. I will definitely be totally honest with you from this moment on. Here is a demonstration of a truthful compliment. That suit looks like it was made for you. Because it was.
think that honestly, just having these should be fine. I don't think there's any real need to keep normal gas filters if you have the iodine infused ones. So I'm gonna just go ahead and make them. Plastic and fabric. Okay. Oh, that's easy enough. Yeah, it looks like now we're actually backed up a little bit on plastic. What do you know? Of course, it also helps that whatever I was producing in here is no longer using it. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait a little bit on plastic. That's okay, I guess. You know what? I think I am gonna go ahead and end here. I'll let probably let the game run a little bit between now and next time I play, because I don't know if I'll have time tomorrow because Father's Day and whatnot. So yeah, the plan for right now is not really sure. Next time we'll probably start getting into nuclear materials, so I'll probably try to get nuclear power up and running, which nuclear power is okay. And by that I mean okay. It's good for power, but it's just kind of a pain to get it going because nuclear stuff. And if you want to get it done effectively, it's probably best to have drones do most of the stuff that involves it. But anyways, I digress. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the evening, so have a good one.